Greetings, everybody. My name is CoinStamp, and welcome on in to another day at the grind of Elden Ring Reforged Deathless. All content, fire spells only. Before we begin, since I am incredibly late today, a lot of technical difficulties, I do apologize for that. I will start by reading all of the wonderful messages from all of the lovely apps that I am multi-streaming to. We do multi-stream here. There is a multi-stream chat. If you guys want to say hi, feel free. But, no, there isn't like a cross-platform chat going on here. We're all good on the green and red apps. Welcome on in, Mr. Jason. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well in body and mind, and I do hope you enjoy your stay. It's been a whirlwind couple of days, huh? Before we begin, I'd like to take an opportunity to thank the wonderful contributors during this month's cycle. If you guys want your... And we can also play the camera minigame, so there's that. If you guys want your names on these placards, which I do read at the start of each and every stream, all you gotta do is chuck some coins at me. Whether that be through Twitch, Patreon, Coffee, or another platform. Any purchase or maintenance of a continuous subscription package, or that is to say a monthly subscription, or a one-time donation of $2 or more will get your names on these placards during the current month cycle, which I will read right now. Thank you to Just Me Carly 917 and Shiny of Hyrule Nest for the purchases of their subscriptions. Thank you to Mr. Fent for gifting Nice One M and Troll Castle King Jason for their subscriptions. And all of you that are holding on to a subscription, please do enjoy the benefits and privileges that come along with that subscription package. Thank you to Mr. Gordagoku for his continued patronage over on Patreon. Please do enjoy the benefits and privileges that come along with your subscription package. Thank you to Mr. Rasby the Player for their continued Valkyrie tier membership over on the Coffee platform. Please do enjoy the benefits and privileges that come along with that subscription. And finally, while we do not have any one-time donations during this month's cycle, I would like to thank people such as House Quaker or User11 for their donations in the past. It is much appreciated, and direct donations are one of the best ways to support, support me directly, if you like my work. That said, I'm gonna move over to the correct scene, and then we will go from there. Welcome on in and greetings, Jesse789. I do not take random Discord invites, but it is good to see you. I hope you're doing well in body and mind, and I do hope you enjoy your stay. I'll have to schmooze on Kick a bit more sometime. Get to know some of the fine people over there, because there are fine people on every platform. Kick isn't always full of... I know Kick is not full of just gambling despots and scammers. I do know there are legitimate people who have moved over there because of issues with Twitch or YouTube, or they couldn't quite make it on Trovo, etc., etc., whatever that is. We're all just human beings at the end of the day. But this yesterday was really bad. Mr. Jason says you're extremely glad that you took time for you yesterday. That I took time for me yesterday. I had to. I didn't want to bring that energy on stream, and I really don't want to say too much about it, if I'm being honest. At least not on live camera. I do intend on making a vlog about that with the appropriate subtags or hashtags, so people know, hey, there are trigger warnings here. What I'm going to talk about is really serious. And if you're someone who is prone to those sorts of emotions yourself, you may want to skip this vlog. Something along those lines. Mr. Jason says, of course, Mr. Coin, you're a fine person and you're on all three. I am on all three. For as long as I can anyway. I am happy that some things that were in adjacent personal lives did not come to pass on my end. It wasn't only just, Coin was having a bad mental day, but there were other legitimate problems besides that were not helpful. I'm glad that at least those have passed. Aelin says, this effing blizzard man. Welcome on in, Aelin. Good to see you. I hope you're doing well, outside of the inclement weather, in both body and mind, and I do hope you enjoy your stay. Aelin says, it's kicking your ass, huh? This is Elden Ring. This is not Tears of the Kingdom or The Legend of Zelda or Nintendo. Different atmosphere. There will be some cussing in here. If that is a bother for folks, that is totally fine. Feel free to get out of Dodge and find a content creator you enjoy. That is the beauty of the internet. Now, there's still some curse words I'm not gonna say, but I'm gonna loosen up because I know I'm not necessarily streaming to children. Sorry, Nintendo products just kind of get that rap sheet. 12, 13, 14-year-olds. I tempered my language a bit while I was streaming these games. Now, I'm not going to start liberally cussing, but if Coin is a little bit more loose-lipped moving into the challenge runs, that's why. FromSoft is an entirely different landscape compared to Nintendo. Now, as for, why the heck are we back here at the class selection screen? Weren't we playing along? Weren't we playing along and killing bosses the other day? Yes. Yes, we were. However, I missed something mission critical that we need to go back and get. There are also some things that, how do I word this part? I forgot to turn on the panel there. I need to do that. There we go. There's also a better order for how things could have been done. So I'm going to try to do that order, at least in the beginning. Alan says, what do you mean? 6-year-olds play Elder Scrolls all the time. Yes. It's not the game. It's the audience that percolates around the live streams. I'm describing wibbly-wobbly streamer overhead meta conversation things. Don't worry about it. It's not an important discussion. Just, I tried to give some insight as to why my lips would be a little bit more like an adult and a little bit less like a high school child. Why that vocabulary might change. That's all. Mr. Jason says you're looking forward to getting back to seeing the in the game. It's just, whoa, I did not read that right. You're looking forward to get back to seeing in-game, Mr. Jason, good sir. Too true. It's going to take us a second to get there, but we do get to go visit him again. That is absolutely correct. All right, and I will be mashing through dialogue this time, at least up until the point where we were, which is to say not that far along, but, you guys have already seen it, you don't need to see it again, blah, blah, blah. One thing I do have to do, and then change the keepsake to a key and load a template. And we get to mash plus, or start a lot, excuse me. I'm so used to my Switch controller that I'm referring to the start button as the plus button now. It's crazy. How was everyone's weekend? I hope it was a lot better than mine, even with considering the weather and everything, up north or in the southwest of the US. I hope your weekends were awesome. I didn't have a great weekend. Other than Saturday. Saturday was excellent. Sunday, though, really kind of darkened my weekend. That's not to, you know, that's not to piss in the bowl of Wheaties that my friends have so graciously provided for me in terms of Saturday. Just Saturday got outweighed by Sunday. I'll talk about that more in vlog number 8, not to say too much here. And quite honestly, I don't want to subject my live audience to that kind of mental energy. I just don't. I want that to be an opt-in experience rather than an opt-out experience. But, I did eat some really delicious chicken pesto pizza with sun-dried tomatoes yesterday, which was really delicious. I didn't think I would be such a huge pesto fan. I'm gonna be extremely honest. I like basil. I like ground up basil. But I was never, and I do like vinegary things. I just wasn't expecting to like pesto sauce. But now that I've had it, I love it. It doesn't cause my gut issues. It's fantastic. I wish I had started with pesto much sooner. I prefer it over Alfredo, although I do like Alfredo sauce on pizza too. I do like it. It's just Alfredo sauce on pizza is like a dime a dozen. That's all. Mr. Jason says, last thing regarding that subject, good sir, your weekend was all right apart from being concerned about you as well as was Carly being concerned about you. Although this next weekend will be better, you will have funds. Ah, yes. Is it the Hotel Chocolat slush fund? Or is it the purchase of Nintendo collectibles slush fund? Or both? Why not both? All right. Time to immediately wait for the boss gauge. Yeah, and now we die. Oh, is the soundboard is killed again somehow? Hold on. Let me see if that fixes it. There you go, Mr. Shiny. Thank you so much for saying something. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well in body and mind. It should be back up now. And I do hope you enjoy your stay.
Sex.
Thank you for the redemption, good sir. Thank you for that. Mr. Shiny says, from the S through to the E to the X, you know what that means. Sex. I realized that he, drew out his breath there a bit, which is why I couldn't get it right the first time. Mr. Jason says, for once, I doubt that seriously, but I believe you when you say that. We are starting over because I have found a slightly better order on doing things, and we forgot something. I forgot something that is kind of mission critical. And it kind of just needs to happen. Also, I like my catalysts on my right-hand side, I've noticed. I don't like I can deal with a staff being on my left, but finger seals I almost always want in my right hand. I'm just too used to that. All right, let's see how quickly we can get through all this, shall we? I don't expect to die here or anything, but Mr. Shiny says, greetings, Mr. Coin. I'm glad you're seeing me in better physical and mental health condition, or mental condition, good sir. I appreciate that. Thank you. Like I was telling Mr. Jason, I do plan on making a vlog about that, because you guys deserve to know what, not everything. There are some things that are just no one's business. to know, but you guys do deserve to know why I did not stream yesterday, and more than just, oh, hey, yeah, I made a snap announcement in a bad mental health place. I think you guys deserve to know that. I don't need to pass time. I need compatibility or accessibility options. Excuse me. Give me a... Yeah. Pause button will be useful for ads and... Okay. The rest of these, I think, seem okay. Mr. Jason says that they got their 116th stream streak on their good friend Twilight Blitz's channel today. Good sir, nice, and you're on 73 here. Although today has been a low energy day, and so you've just spent most of the day watching YouTube on TV. Yeah, I decided to take some of today and schmooze on Twitch and get reconnected with a couple of people that I had been watching up to this point. Mr. Jason says you agree. Good sir, there are some things that are no one's business, but your DMs are always open. I appreciate that. You know, outside of the moment, you know, we went out to pizza parlor, got the pizza, went and got grocery supplies for the baked potatoes that day. Went and had baked potatoes. And I have set up 2 different times to go out. One of them is today's Tuesday, right? If I remember right. Yeah, today's Tuesday. So tomorrow evening after stream is over, I'm supposed to head out and play some billiards with some strangers, or at the very least, you know, go watch people play billiards. And then there's a relatively new LGBT oriented bar near where I live, or nightclub where I live, and I'm gonna go check that out at some point in the near future, because what I'm sorely missing in my life is community. And yes, I have friends. This isn't to piss on the memory of my friends or anything, or my relationships with them, but I'm an extrovert. I don't know if people know that about me. I like people. I like people a lot, even if I currently detest the ones in power. I do like people, generally speaking. And I do like sharing experiences with people. I often feel energized after a good conversation. I need more of that, not less. I'm kind of a hermit, a homebody. I'm someone that tends to really be the representative of the phrase, yes, I need to go touch grass. Now, perhaps more than ever in my lifetime, I am the person that should be going and touching grass, and that's one of the first things I'll tell other people to do. And I will read all the statements in a minute, I promise. I'm just wanting to get this all out at once. I am someone who I do need that human connection. I get sick mentally without it. And the nightclub is gonna be an attempt at fixing it. I did try going to like a parlor house earlier on last year, but that ultimately that place turned out not to be what I thought it was, and without alluding to what it is. And so I quickly, when I realized that, I stopped going there. All right, let me actually. I've said what I'm going to say, but I'm trying to work on getting my mental health to a better place. On it, like, because Mr. Shiny says you more or less suspect the reason, but certainly will check. Oh, hold on. You wrote a better version, according to you. Let me do it this way. Mr. Shiny says, you phrase it better this time. You are more or less suspecting what the reason would be, but you will make sure to watch the vlog once it's published. Good man. And again, there will be trigger warnings. The last thing I want to do is put other people in the same place that I was, mental health wise. I've got the message. I just need to pop open the correct chat window. Huh. That's very strange. I wonder if I have to do that from the Twitch side. The elements are not, I had forgotten. Oh, it's literally right there. Hold on. Hold on. Right here. There we go. Got it. It just, Twitch did not want to show the icon for some strange, crazy reason. That's all. Okay. But, yeah, I did, however, I'll just flick over to the recording a second. I did take some notes. I wouldn't have found this information regarding the order of how I need to do things and what I missed unless I did scouting. So I think moving forward while we're doing the routing, I'm also going to do some scouting. Just, you know, play ahead. Make sure I know where we're going. That kind of thing. And then, you know, I'll kind of let the community take over maybe when we get to the DLC. Where that I'll, you know, either be following a guide or it won't much matter anyway. Mr. Shiny says... make sure, oh, I almost let that slip. Mr. Jason says it's always worth trying to polish up your English at times. Mr. Shiny says, anyway, since the last time you've been here, you've 100% completed the Ori and the Blind Forest, as well as buying up Hollow Knight Silksong. Awesome. So you're on like a 2D Metroidvania type kick right now, which is really cool. How did you enjoy Ori and the Blind Forest? Is it just me? I know I turned the music on, but yeah, I forget. The cave is just largely ambient noise. That's kind of thinky, but it's this last one here, right? Yeah, I thought so. Mr. Shiny says, your friend once said, my horny ass would never survive in Elden Ring. I mean, if they're horny, no. I believe there's a group of people with horns on their head. And you kind of have to go through and, you gotta kind of have to kill them. Because they're driven mad. Poor things. I'm not sure, that wasn't a joke. You were just saying something, right, Mr. Shiny? Or was that meant to be a joke? Let me go ahead and keep moving while that's happening. This one here is just don't let your FP drop to 0. That's all. And I have a spell that lets me do that. Enjoy your lurk, good sir. Now, if you guys want to play this mod for yourselves, or you just want to know more information, I do believe if you type in !ERR or pound ERR or asterisk ERR, YouTube gets asterisk, Kick gets the pound sign, and Twitch gets the exclamation mark in front of their commands for the most part. You guys will be able to access those pages for yourself. Elden Ring Reforged is awesome. Everyone should play it. Even though it's not as flashy as the Convergence, I do think people should at least play it because it is the closest thing that the Convergence has to some contrast, honestly. Mr. Shiny says, oh, you enjoyed it a lot? It's a cute game with a lot of platforming. Nice. Ori's movement is very smooth and the graphics are a masterpiece. Yeah, I've heard the graphics are godlike for a game like that. Dang it. Nabbit. And I think I had a friend from I had a friend from my days at like a community college, you know, show me that game, and he liked it. So I've heard a lot of good things about Ori and the Blind Forest, and it's spawned quite a few 2D Metroidvanias. I believe, and what is it, Ender Magnolia is one of them? Let's redeem this fortune like really quick. You hear that off in the distance, my senators and inductees? That is an ad storm. In about 5 minutes, it'll blow over us, and then we can get right back to the gaming. Thanks. I really appreciate everyone's time that they've spent here. It means the world to me. It would also mean the world if you could electrify my algorithm by following my Twitch channel, subscribing to my YouTube channel, liking the video and or streams on YouTube, and even leaving a comment. Doing all of those things ensures that when I zap your feeds with a live or a long-form content notification, you don't have to worry about missing any quality content. Thank you guys so much for sitting through that. It's the part of content creation I don't care for, but it's got to be done. And thank you guys for standing by me during this, these troubling times. We do take commercial breaks around here, and around 3.5 minutes from now, we'll be taking our first one. And across from me, when that time does come, in the upper left-hand corner of the screen, will be a timer that reads 3 minutes and 0 seconds. And during that time, you know, I will be, getting up and getting a stretch and taking a break for myself. I highly encourage you guys to do the same. It'll make the break pass by faster, but spend the time however you like. Once that time is done and up and the timer reads 0 minutes and 0 seconds, we will definitely, pick right back up where we left off, as I'll have returned by then. These patrols are kind of unfortunate. No, you saw nothing. You saw nothing, good sir. There we go. Let's get this over with. Dang it. Good. That doesn't usually take too long. Let's see. I think we have enough time to deal with Ryasis before we have to, like, I have to pause the game. This is just Simon Says. That's all this is do you know how to duck, dodge, jump, and move? If you know how to do that, then you're good. If you don't know how to do it, there's a problem. I believe that screw up is gonna mean I need to wait before... I need to wait until yeah, I'm gonna need to wait until we get to a text box like this and then not press close. Yeah, I should have just waited out there. I used to think you had to run through an attack or run around. I didn't realize you just had to circle strafe this. Yep, I definitely have to... I definitely am gonna have to wait through the text box now. Sorry about that, everybody. I am back. Let's see. Any messages on any of our lovely applications today? Nothing on the purple, nothing apparently on the green. Nothing on red. Okay. Let's get this done and over with. Come on, bud. You're gonna have to do better than this. Give me your phase 2 already. Bye-bye. All right, let's go get our free rune piece, our gesture, and our free, like, 800 runes. Which you can get by selling the armor. But I don't need this armor. It barely does anything for us. So our goal now is going to be to, as usual, go up to the fallen cavalry and kill him, and then make our way into Liurnia to work toward getting our first prayer book. That is our goal. That is the thing we're trying to do. And then we can start, you know, actually playing the game properly. And out of all of the magic types, which I need to redo the vote item for, there was a vote item that released a few days ago and I canceled it before anyone had the time to actually vote on it, because I was still thinking about migrating over to Stoat, but then I realized that Stoat is not ready for that yet. No, I don't want to do that. In fact, get that out of here. Stoat is not ready for that sort of thing yet. I would essentially have to subject you guys to straw polls, which I really don't want to do. Straw polls are great. They're just cumbersome, and I have to check a website rather than that type of thing being available in app. So it's not very convenient for me.
Lunny, are you familiar? You may also that. It will lead even Grace to castle, the home.
Svare, thank you.
It's time to castle if you. It's to castle if you.
I'm forgetting that a lot. Right, no mount yet. It really sucks not having torrent, by the way. It really sucks not being able to traverse the land horseback. It really does. You kind of want to speed run your way to torrent really quickly. You know, if you're doing a challenge run. Obviously, I think if you're playing this for your first time, right? Yeah, you should spend some time. You should spend some time you know, running around and getting mopped up by bosses early. You need to have that experience. But you don't want to have... If you've played through this game before, you don't want to waste time. And running around without a mount is just a good way to waste your time, honestly. I'm trying to get through this quickly so we can get the stuff you guys have not, you know, have not seen before. Just kind of walk. We are in bare feet here. Then we do this number where we go all the way around and just completely F off dealing with any of that over there. I would say within the first hour or two, we should be back to where we were. It's just gonna take some time to do that. Mash start quickly.
Have you they sir, but you I can play turning to aid you. You need onto the foot. Then summon me. Ah, I bequeath. It will some torrent. Treat him with.
Oh yeah, I did incorporate a DLL. I think I've shown this to you. Shown this to you guys, but it is called Questlog. What Questlog does is it shows you all the quests for all the NPCs you have spoken to if they have one. It will not tell you what the next step is, but it will tell you steps you have done. So you could kind of interpolate the step you're supposed to be on. Kind of. You're not totally lost. Hey, wait, what did I do again after going a whole 2 regions without dealing with the quest? Ah, yeah, this was where it left off. I will read this here. You met Vare at the beginning of your journey in Limgrave, and you weren't really told to do anything else with that, so that's all it says. That's all. Also, I'm gonna refrain from, I am gonna refrain from leveling up. I'm gonna grab a map and then warp out. Quickly, before there are problems. I just want the map. Thank you very much. That way we can see where we're going.
This way, tarnished. May I have a word? Apply on the will.
Hello, forearm blue, you know, blue-footed mommy. Wait, what?
I was entrusted this for thee.
I'm sure some people think of her this way. I'm sure some people do that. Also, let me do myself a favor, because I think my headphones love, like, up-regulating my volume for some reason.
'Tis a bell summon them. The spirits now it is that. Forget I doubt we. How long will before the time?
Okay, we're going to put the dear old friend wolf over there. Then we're going to do... I'm going to set that here.
This tiny golden, this light, but now you can see the rays upon a demigod. If the ray and the eld as an I pray that you to face the upon the demigod. If the rays
Yes,
and the
yes.
eld as an
Thank you,
I
Melina,
pray
but
to face the
we don't need to hear... I wish it would stop letting us speak to her when that's happening. Okay, we actually want to be over here, because this is where the skip is. Where the gate front, storm gate skip is. Because Stormgate is a great way to add early deaths to your playthrough if you want them. I am not kidding. There's like a standing giant up top. There's, not only is there a standing giant, there are tons of soldiers that are more than capable of gunning you down with their crossbows. You get mobbed going through the front. Absolutely mobbed. Don't even think about entertaining the notion of, going through there. Just don't. In a Deathless run anyway. In all other cases, though, by all means, I think everyone should experience Stormgate at least once. You know how, like, in Dark Souls 1, you guys want the Blighttown experience? I think everyone should navigate through Blighttown once without any kind of guide. Deal with the poison swamps. Yeah, I kind of think people need that experience with Stormgate.
Me? I'm searching for my purpose, for the reason there is something I've acted the thing I am know me.
Thanks, ma'am. Really appreciate it. Gonna allocate the charges this way. Grab this key. Talk to you.
Everyone who only to have made you nerves, Quillen. You were willing to make me a chrysalid. But you're all on your own, heading to storm. Tyson, all that. I don't have. It's scared. I want to do nothing. Why can you and it'll be glad.
I'm not trying to hurt her.
Tell them I love and finally get it was on. Tell them I love and finally get it.
All right, sure, Jan. Whatever you gotta say about that. Can't actually hurt little ma'am over there. That's not something that can happen. We're gonna skirt all the way around because it's nighttime. We're gonna skirt all the way around and go this way. That'll save us a lot of internal pain. All right, boss time. I'm sorry, that is an illegal hit, good sir. I'm sorry. Welcome on in, Anki Philosopher. Good to see you again. Hopefully you're doing well in body and mind. And I do hope you enjoy your stay. I have decided to start over because there was a critical thing that I was missing that I could have gotten much earlier. And I figured if I was going to restart, you know, the time to do that is now rather than later. You know, way later in the routing when it is too late to do that. But otherwise, I'm hanging in there. How about yourself? I suppose the merrier news I can share is that I did enjoy a nice can of chicken pesto pizza with sun-dried tomatoes. It was delicious. One of the best pizza experiences I've ever had. And that's, this is coming from a guy who loves tomato, but it is hard for him to eat it. Angie Philosopher says, doing good? Nice. Was playing some seamless co-op hard with a few others. Ah. How was the seamless co-op on hard difficulty?
Forgive me.
Was it frustrating, enjoyable, both?
It seems torrent, whereas there is, but I can take
Yes, Melina.
Very well at my hand.
Gruesome but fun? Good. Glad to hear it. At least it was fun, even if it was difficult. As it should be. Exactly. That's something else I have to think about, too, with challenge runs, right? Because there's, like, the upgrade path of Deathless to Hitless to Damageless, right? Like, that's kind of... You have to do a self-upgrade there. But in Elden Ring, there's actually a straight-up difficulty upgrade. And I'm wondering how I'm going to incorporate that into the challenge run. Should I do it all Deathless and then only once I've gotten to the highest difficulty? Should I add to that with going Hitless? Or these are things I need to think about, like, long and hard. Yes, I need to talk to you.
You, the house cat, remember you. There's nothing.
But it is definitely something I'm thinking about with the challenge run already, is like that, you know, how do I make things more intense once I've finished with Deathless, and, you know, when do I start incorporating other spells? I want to start with magic first, because that's what I'm used to. That's what I know. I've played with melee builds in Elden Ring before.
You'll no matter.
But
I see nothing special. I'm trapped by the whole mess. All there is to...
I am not the best at close range.
Besides, despite my sides
Anki Philosopher says, even without raw stat increases, there are other fun modifiers like enemy crystal tiers, turbo mode, and additional enemies. Yes, that's something else I'm thinking about too. Enemy crystal tiers especially, because that is a neat little way to add to the difficulty without affecting stats. I'm also thinking about, you know, what if we need to take a break for some reason? Let's say I hit a wall, right? I hit a wall, I can't focus, I need, for whatever reason, I'm just getting hung up on something. I need to deviate from what I'm doing. I'm thinking of trying to find an Elden Ring Reforged bingo card. I assume that's probably out there. And doing like a bingo card run. You know, going as fast as possible to complete some of the bingo card items. These are just some things I'm thinking about.
It is a sacred
Because that's what a lot of other challenge runners do. You know, once they start, and usually the swaps start happening either in the midst of one run or after they've completed one run. They're like, oh, maybe I should think about doing this instead, or breaking it up with doing something else. Couch Jockey did a lot of that. When I was watching him stream Dark Souls 3, never mind Elden Ring, I'm sure the man had to break up those kinds of runs in Elden Ring even a bit more. Of course, I'm glad to give you know, Mommy Fia a hug anytime. You know, just I don't want to hold on to the blessing right now. Angie Philosopher said, oh, and welcome back to Mr. Jason. Angie Philosopher says, was thinking about Bingo 2 sometime. Would have to be more early game since Reforged can't be speedrun or speedran as fast as vanilla, but could definitely be fun. I think so. You, like, the bingo card, I don't...
Oh, it is. Come back to me. I will take you.
I think with the bingo card, it can't just be all late game stuff, right? There have to be some early game objectives so that there's natural progression on the bingo card. Because the view metrics on a bingo card is generally, oh, if it never gets filled, what was the point? If it's filled too quickly, it's too easy. That kind of thing. So there's got to be a good blend, which means what you want is a planned bingo card more than anything. Kind of like a plandomizer, planned randomizer, and a plando is how it is usually called in other circles, like the Ocarina of Time, Majora's Mask, combo rando, kind of like that. Mr. Jason says, if you recall correctly, and you're usually correct, as your troll level creator, the nice green grass will finally return tomorrow morning, Mr. Coin. Oh. In regard to the TCC, or is that in reference to a different subject? If you don't want to get specific, just saying a different subject is fine, for the record. Ah, and Animal Crossing New Horizons. Ah, okay. That makes a lot of sense. Yes, I was about to say, are you being evasive or elusive on purpose? Which is totally fine. But no, I'm glad you said that. I do get to see your favorite chap again, Mr. Jason. One sorcerer, Topes. Here he is.
You're tarnished then, believe it or not, for a...
I'm mashing through his text a bit, but I'll at least let him say his name again.
Well, bless you. Are a true. My name is Topes.
Topes.
Presuming you're interested, I can teach you
Sorcerer
sorceries,
Topes.
as promised. Only
At least he's not Sorcerer Toupee or something.
Sure, Jan.
At least he's not Sorcerer Toupee or some other kind of semi-silly name.
I'm afraid. All right, I can tell you. You've seen that. That's only its doors after they did the academy, as you might have guessed, making entry and so on. When
Ah, yes. Oh, and this guy is real rich in the manga. There's a manga for Elden Ring. Oh, this guy's hilarious in the manga. I believe, I forget if it's the Elden Ring wiki or if it's the Fextra wiki, but I know there's a posting of Topes being really funny. Angie Philosopher says, speaking of Majora's Mask, Reforged actually is a Majora's Mask like game mode that you could select at the start of the game at the altar of anticipation. Yes, there is. You have 3 in-game days and nights to beat Reforged before the game over. You gotta start over.
Why not
Which is
find yourself
wild.
a glintstone key? Without
If you
one,
want a real
you can't
speed
trust
run,
and you'll
that's
never know
the
if once you've
sort of
considered
mode
a meeting. I know it, but still,
that one's looking for right there.
find you without one, and you'll never.
Okay, got him. That's done. Let's see, I believe it's, what, 6K for Flame, Surge O'Flame, Surge O'Flame, something like that. And yeah, I agree. I just don't, I don't own the manga. That's all. I'd love to actually have it to read sometime. Angie Philosopher says, damn, who are you even telling all this stuff to? Oh, you're telling it for my lovely and wonderful audience, Miss Angie Philosopher. A lot of my audience during these past 18 months, not counting February, basically, are Legend of Zelda fans. They're Nintendo fanboys and fangirls, and that's the sphere of gaming they're in. So, you know, I could sit and say, yeah, I know it exists. Have I read the manga or some of the other stuff you've talked about? Or have I done some of this stuff you're referring to? No, but I am aware it's there. I did play a lot of Elden Ring Reforged in my off time too before I got owned for a year and 8 months or 6 months with Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom. But the rest of my audience certainly doesn't know. That's just not their world. I would like to make it their world because I think Elden Ring is an awesome game and Reforged is even better. I would love to make it their world, but that's just now not how the internet works, or so I have found. Okay, so this is 2K. Yeah, that is 2K, and I believe Surge O'Flame is 6K. So as long as I have more than 8K, I should be okay. Mr. Jason says, oh, Mr. Coin, there's an official Animal Crossing's New Horizon manga series called Animal Crossing New Horizons Deserted Island Diary. Total Drama Island. Dude, I'm not gonna, I was gonna start singing, but I'm not. You need to catch up on it a bit, as 3 volumes have dropped since you've last bought some, but you might wait till you can do a shopping trip with your IRL friend. Nice. Step up here. Yeah, surprising. I didn't really think some video game series were worth a manga. Elden Ring I could sort of see, but you know, we have George R.R. Martin, right? With George R.R. Martin, you could just write a book on Elden Ring. The dude could literally write a book, and it would be fine. But you know, George R.R. Martin only wrote the background for Elden Ring, if I remember correctly, and then after that, Miyazaki kind of went his own direction with it, which is just fine. Like a completely different direction with it, as a matter of fact. George R.R. Martin was quite shocked at how some things in Elden Ring kind of turned out, because R.R. Martin's known more for writing political intrigue. Seeing as how he co-authored a lot of the material that Game of Thrones was based on, and or having wrote the plot for that show. Nice. Oh yeah, one fun fact. Oh, and okay, I need to focus. Fun fact has to wait. I also just remembered I did not, I forgot to pop the blessings, so I'm functioning on less health than normal. I think I made things harder on myself by doing things in Omega Law order. Really? And I do hear the pitter-patter of extra feet, maybe. Okay, I will pause here so that I can catch up on chat. Mr. Jason says, although whenever Mr. Jason does a shopping trip, it is usually a very silly amount that you take. And you usually have a separate hotel chocolate allocation. Fair. Okay, I did not see anything on YouTube, which was one of the bigger parts of this I was checking. And I'll go ahead and pop the blessing because I do not need to be wearing it right now. Fun fact lined up, and I totally forgot what it was. Just kind of stinky. Trying to see if I can even halfway remember what it was. I'm completely blanking on what it is. Oh, yeah, I remember what it is. It's about the weather we're in. Yeah, fun fact. Fire magic is 10% weaker in rain. I deal 10% less damage every time it's overcast like this. Conversely, lightning magic is 10% stronger in the rain. But a lot of wet surfaces will also conduct extra electricity, which is good for both you and your opponent. So there are going to be 2 or 3 different playthroughs of Magic when we get ready to do those that are not going to care about the weather. And unfortunately, the one I picked right now, which that being fire spells and lightning spells, will care about magic. We will be caring about the weather. Angie Philosopher says, environmental modifiers, my beloved. I generally like the modifiers. I do think that's a wonderful gameplay aspect. I wish there were modifiers for all 5, but I do think it only makes sense for 2 of them to care about a modifier, or it only makes sense for 2 of them to care about weather modifiers. So I accept things being the way they are. Mr. Jason says, by the way, good sir, you know that it's early, but you're going to head off now as you're pretty tired. No worries. Thank you so much for stopping by, Mr. Jason. It was good to see you. I do hope I get to see you sooner rather than later, my lovely senator. Do rest well out there. If I don't see you again, though, you know, do stay safe and take care of yourself out there. I would normally like look into the camera, but I've got angry monk after me right now. Yeah, I was afraid of that. There we go. But that still has not gotten us close to the book yet. Yeah, I do like the elemental modifiers, or the weather modifiers for that sort of thing. I just don't like them in my current run right now. That's all. I don't like them in my current run. I regularly get hosed whenever this happens. I hate it. Thanks. But it, even though I hate them right now, you know, I can think they're cool, and that should not detract from them being in the game. And, you know, I hope people get that particular nuance, because, are you serious? There was an extra one that came out of well, not nowhere, but, like, come on. They're not giving me any kind of break here. Yep, absolutely not. Yeah, I was about to say, I probably had just enough time for that. Yeah. This is where we take a death. Right there. This is technically here, and it would be F3, right? Right, I forgot it. Shift F. No, I'm sorry, it is Shift F2. Oh, no, that's not... Hold on. Shift F6. There we go. I mean, this is the part where the run, where the routing really stinks. There's just no way to put it. Even if I were 10% stronger, I would still have, you know, an issue. I would absolutely still have an issue. Because I was already weak on the way. I was already weakened on the way there, and I'm not sure their magic is affected either, for the record. I don't know if the environmental modifiers affect enemy damage. If not, that's kind of stinky, but not unexpected, I suppose. Just reach out and grab that real quick. Anki Philosopher says, should also apply to enemies. I just don't remember off the top of my head, but I'm gonna operate on the assumption that they do. I was afraid of that. Unfortunately, I guess if I'm all the way out here, then I don't have to worry about them. But we do have to worry. Yes, not good. I'm gonna die again. I just can't be talking during these segments. But I am worried about running into vulgar militia. I do not want that. I shouldn't take any risks, just drink now. All right. Step 1. Step 2 is to get rid of the dirt bags patrolling around. I kind of want to make sure I'm not pulling the other fire monk until we're ready. That's kind of like a real big concern. Okay, let me kind of take a quick pan around. I know the front has the monk, so I think the back might be how we kind of like step in. There's one right there. I just need to lure them. I don't even actually have to hit them. I just need to lure them out. Oh, is it over there? Sure, game. That's one. And then, yeah, okay, now we have Sword Guy by himself. Which is kind of what I wanted here. Actually... yeah, but if I need the garb in here, that's kind of the other problem. I need the garb. Can't just, like, not do it. It's also part of the run, so... part of the routing, that is. I'm sorry, what? This might be the time where I bring out the big guns. Yep, get away, get away, get away. Just get away and do not mess around. Yep. All right. Cool. That part's done now. Just gotta find the correct one. Okay. Get the rest of the stuff, put it on, and get to work. Time to get rid of the stinky doo-doo armor. I mean, I see stinky doo-doo armor, but honestly, the prophet said it's fine. It's just, that's all it is fine. And we have plenty of runes to work with, so I will be picking up some other stuff before we go by. I know the total is like 9K-ish. I would like to also get the lantern while we're here. Which is this right here. Because we're going to want that for the caves. Like, there's no reason not to have it to start with. And then... church. I think there might be one or two things I want to buy here as well. And otherwise, we should be good to go.
Your
can alter that to your lot then. Why? I am Carl. I am selling where the land is only time. Let's say.
I want the bone arrows. I want the glowstone. I don't need the holy pots, but I do want these.
Goodbye.
Yeah, okay. That should take care of all of my business needs. I think I'm gonna forgo buying not the Surge O Flame, it's the other spell.
Welcome to I teach and explore so that one ensuring. By the way, you do most time you are well. That it's incantation. Very well.
O Flame. Yeah, O Flame is like, oh, and it's 5,500. It's kind of O Flame becomes better when dexterity is like 25. Right now, it's kind of useless to it. Well, it's not useless, but it just does not do what I want it to do at this level, at the level of dexterity we have, which is to say, baseline dex of 10. I want that though. Urgent heal. Do we want? Cure poison's not necessary quite yet. Angie Philosopher says decreased fire negation is juicy. Yeah, like Flame Fort, it's good. We don't need it quite yet, but it will be good to have later. I would like to get a couple of levels in, but
May the golden order.
because even though I now know what the best catalysts to use are, we still need to address our early game, and the Dragon Communion seal is a good early game seal to have. We just need to get the arcane for it first. Yep, that's great. We're going to level up. Gotta get arcane to 19, which we might be able to, not 19, I'm sorry. I remember it's 24 now for that seal, which is strange that it's so high for something that only its effectiveness wears off in the mid game. That's the requirement should be a little bit lower, I think, or it didn't need to move from where it was if the spell scaling got nerfed that badly. No, just my opinion though. I'm sure the correct answer is probably something had to give in order for in order to make sure the late game seals were worth getting. That's probably what it is. It's just like the meteoric staff was nerfed in Elden Ring Reforged pretty early on, or the system was changed so its strength no longer mattered. Something along those lines. Okay. I think that gives us, what, one more level in Arcane? Roughly one more level. And we'll also attune our spells for this next part. How many keys do we have? 3. Oh, we have enough to go get the thing in the basement. Yeah, we should do that before I forget. Might as well get this expenditure out of the way. It's a few more runes and a couple of rune pieces is essentially what this boils down to. There's the black key crossbow, and our rune piece is here. And also this here. Well, and we'll need 6,000 runes, is it? I believe it is 6,000 runes for two stone sword keys from the Twin Maidens, if I'm remembering my merchant prices correctly. Something like that. Okay, we'll turn in this prayer book. And then we'll go downstairs and hopefully this will go as well as it did during scouting. Because I found that NPCs kind of don't know what to do with Surge O Flame. They don't. They really do not.
Ah, well then. This place could just indeed.
Okay. And I think we'll go ahead and get this. Think that's everything? Yeah, I think that's everything. Yeah, I can sell off more stuff later. Is there a rune piece in this? No, it just had a weird glow to it. Actually, we should probably wait. I should wait until after. Case in point.
You hear that off in the distance, my senators and inductees? That is an ad storm. In about 5 minutes, it'll blow over us, and then we can get right back to the gaming. Thanks.
I know I've already chatted away about you guys supporting me for free. You all being here is enough for me, but if you want to support my work further and more directly, I have a couple of easy options for you. Available to everyone through either Twitch or YouTube. You can check right under the Twitch video player in the About Me section or the bottom of the YouTube description. Once on the link tree, Patreon will have a peace-shaped logo, Coffee has a panel, Kick, Twitch, and YouTube have icons next to each other. My Instagram, Blue Sky page, and Discord server take up the remaining icons. Available only to those on Twitch are the other easy options. The bits purchases at the top banner on twitch.tv, spendable for any of the power-up rewards or as direct bits donations on Twitch, or the subscribe button near the chat panel. You'd take my heart out of its Faraday cage if you click on that Patreon or the coffee, but again, you guys simply being here is enough. Thanks for listening to that stuffy and boring explanation. Now, back to the content. Thank you guys for hanging out with me today so far. Your company has been wonderful, as always. We do take commercial breaks around here. In about three and a half minutes from now, we should be taking the next one. During that time, I like to get up and stretch, and when that time comes, there will be a timer across from where my head is. In the upper left-hand corner, it'll read 3 minutes and 0 seconds. And during that time, the ads will play. I do run ads here. I highly recommend that you guys get up and take a stretch break for yourselves. I script these so that you guys don't miss out on much. Or at least, I try to make sure you guys miss out on as little as possible. Spend the time however you like, but once the time does reach 0 minutes and 0 seconds, I'll return to my desk and we can pick up where we left off. Now, let's see if we can't, kill an invader in 3 minutes flat or less. All right, Mad Tongue Ulbrich, let's go. Want to be a certain distance to like force a move. But because this guy has so little poise, pretty much a Surge O Flame is what just breaks him. There's just nothing left. Although you can get tipped by him if you're not careful. Easy. If I have to use a different spell, though, it's going to be much harder. It's going to be way harder next time. Let's go get this. I found lots of NPCs just do not know what to do with that. Because they're constantly, like, moving around every which way to try to, like, not stand in the bad flame, but they have to stand in it to hit me. It's quite a neat feature of Surge O Flame. It's very good at handling small creatures or NPCs like that. I was before I found Surge O Flame's usefulness there, I was really dreading on how I was gonna, how long I'd have to wait before getting a halfway decent spell to cover Alberic's strafe options. Yeah, so this was the critical feature I was talking about, where there's a bestiary and you get rewards for filling it out. It's really good to fill it out. I guess I'll have to talk a bit more about the bestiary later. See you guys after the break. I am back. So sorry about that, everybody. Hopefully you guys got something out of your commercial break that you wanted. Whether that be just waiting for it to end, or you managed to get something you wanted to do or needed to do done. Let's see. Catching up on messages. The red and green apps look good. So, on the purple app, Angie Philosopher says catch flame spam. Also seems like it would work by just constantly roll catching. Worth experimenting with. Definitely worth experimenting with. Because if that is the case, then I don't even have to get early spells, right? Like, I could just do the challenge right from the start. We just have to make our way up to some point where Melina would take us to the round table hold. That's kind of the only... That would be the only... like, standing requirement. It's one of the reasons why I do things the way I do them with the challenge runs, and I'm borrowing a lot of old memory here. It's to force this transition to, you know, the round table hold early, because otherwise you're stuck with basic services, let's say. This is, for those that are not aware or do not know what this is basically a place to check your achievements. There's like an in-game achievement system in here. I think you get some rewards for some of these. I do not 100%... I've not really interfaced with this before. I'm sure some people have, but I have not. And I'm wondering if there is going to be something for these. But there is a rune piece over here. There are some other things out in the Gilded Court. That's what this place is called, the Gilded Court. The Gilded Courtyard. One of them is, and I'm kind of giving you guys a tour since you guys have not seen this before, for the most part. Nice. Gracebound dagger. I believe that is a parrying dagger, if I'm remembering right. Here lie those abandoned by the guidance of grace. You are returned from death 2 times. The first time we don't count because we died to... we did the jump off of the Chapel of Anticipation after running into the Grafted Scion. Like, that is a forced death. You have to take it. Like, in hitless rules, those are generally not counted. Angie Philosopher says that's the Duchess dagger from Night Rain. Ah! Understood. It was added in 2.2.0. 0.0. Yeah. That's awesome. It's nice to see some Night Rain material in here. I do not own Night Rain, and I have been asked, you know, before, when am I getting it? Am I gonna get it? I want to, but I have to be not broke to afford it. And unless the economic climate is suddenly gonna get better, and employment isn't being frozen in every company, that, you know, either outsourcing to AI or just not, or are just choosing to hire foreign nationals instead, for whatever reason, a lot of the Native American public is just gonna have issues doing anything that's not blue-collar work, and I get chewed up in environments like that, so I'm here instead. So you know, I have been asked, but my answer is usually, you know, if I manage to get money or get bigger, then I'll be able to afford something like Night Rain. Otherwise, I have the games that I have.
Ah, hello. You must be new here. Well, just call me Deathless. The honor of one's house holds little import in these lands. By the way, have you met a young woman named Lanya on your travels? She's my servant, but fickle as the wind. Take your eyes off her for but a moment and she's good as gone. If you find her, please be sure to tell me. Be sure to tell me if you meet a young woman named Lanya. She's a servant to my house. She's been my companion since childhood. I've lost count of the number of times I've had to find her like this. Honestly, she's such a little tomboy. Be sure to tell me if you meet a young woman named Lanya. She's a servant to my house. She's been my companion since childhood. I've lost count of the number of times I've had to
Okay,
find her like
that's
this.
all you're gonna say. Very well. So this is the Shrine of Anticipation, for those that don't know it. The Chapel of Anticipation, which is where you start out at in the beginning of the game. There's an altar that looks just like this, but bigger. Once you make your way back to the Chapel of Anticipation, and you clear it out properly, you can interface with this statue to get the same stuff. You don't need to interface with the Chapel of Anticipation afterwards anymore. I think that the Gilded Court has a lot of really nice amenities. This door, I have zero clue what's in it. Sealed by the order of the first Elden Lord. Ascend to Lordship to break the seal. I know what we have to do. I've just never been in there. Here's a test dummy. The Proving Grounds are a place to spar and practice your skills. Crucible Knight Ryasis awaits you to practice your techniques upon his immaterial form. Access the Spirit Monument in the back to instead summon and challenge your own Spirit Ashes to a fight. Use these tools at your disposal to master your armaments and deepen your skills. And then we have the Spirit Monument, which lets us do that. Do exactly that. Last thing we got to do is just set our warp shortcut here instead. That is something you can do once you've unlocked the Gilded Court. Is do this. It should be... It's not accessibility. I believe it is under settings. Yes. So now this shortcut, when we get ready to warp to it next time, will be here at the Gilded Court. Okay. Is there anything else that I need to do while we're right here? I guess we can level up.
Shall I let my hand share them with me? Your thought.
All right. We're almost caught up to where we were. Now we need to deal with the Tree Sentinel. And now we can actually tag him, which was the thing we were missing before. Now we can actually tag him. And, you know, grind the little tiny rune pieces that we did before. And we can actually start making some progress now after, you know, almost 2 hours of waiting. Might as well grab this while we're around down here. It's right here, I think. I'm sorry, what? It's fine. We'll just count that as a death. Kind of have to, right? That's the whole point of the challenge run. Gotta count that as the appropriate death. I have to, like, come at it this way. But not before getting our runes back. As paltry as they are. We do need every drop right now. Probably like this. Yeah, that's exactly what we were looking for. Okay, let's see if I remember this. I think we want to not jump until we were right here. That's still kind of touchy. Cool. easy rune piece. Relatively free. You can still die though. Honestly, I'll say this about the challenge run, and especially in Deathless, right? Gravity is like your worst enemy in your own skill. Your own skill, it like actively works against you with collecting rune pieces. It does. I have died more to trying to collect a rune piece I should not have been collecting than, especially in the last time, during the last time I tried this, than doing anything else. Probably over, I would say 500 deaths total were committed just by trying to, just by attempting to get or find an obnoxious rune piece. Why codex entries, right? Why are we playing parkour, or not parkour? Why are we playing gotta catch 'em all? Code bestiary. It is because we actually get rewards we can use to shortcut the middle of the game, kind of. Or, to put it another way, not so much shortcut the middle of the game, but get spells we're not supposed to have. Angie Philosopher says you got PTSD from Morn Parkour. In my old note sheet, I list that particular set of rune pieces as those that shan't be touched. Those that should not be touched. Where's the spring? There's a spring here. There it is. My general rule of thumb for rune pieces, I need to collect more of them now, but generally I collect them in the beginning of the game, and I will collect some during the middle of the game, but once late game shows up, I start skipping. Or when we get to Caelid is generally when I start to slow down on rune pieces. Now, because of the nerfs in the amount, quantity, and power of rune pieces and rune upgrades, I probably have to collect up until Altus. Once we hit Altus, then I can probably slow down on collecting rune pieces. We'll see. We'll see. We're in the routing stage right now. Now it is time for the overlay to pop in and for me to focus up. See on the other side of all this. Ow. Pathetic. He'd be a lot harder without summons, I gotta be honest. If we were operating under old hitless rules, that would definitely be a lot harder. Which, You know, I'm quite happy those rules are gone. Not that those rules were necessarily a problem, but they were written by a somewhat problematic individual, that individual, that man, was a little bit too gatekeepy, in my personal opinion. And we really have Couch Jockey and a couple of others to thank for magic or bows being allowed into hitless circles today. Okay, now I'll whip out my handy dandy notebook. Okay, I know where we're going. Now we can finally get to work on new bosses. And it only took us about 2 hours. It'll go a little bit faster now that I can kind of just mash through things. The only real slowdown is going to be having to stop and mark some enemies for a bit. And or have to deal with the bats and all of their friends. Okay. I think the bestiary is truly one of the best parts of Reforged. I think the bestiary is one of the updates that breathed the most life into the game, in my honest opinion. Anki Philosopher says, poor sheep. Oh, yeah, the sheep that ended up running into the Ow. Alright, you want to die, Warthog? Let's go, Pumbaa. That's right. Get out of here with that nonsense. Pumbaa. Oh, and deer. Let's mark all these. Yeah, poor sheep, but he did give me free FP. I'm sorry the little critter had to die, but he did keep me fueled one additional spell cast during that exchange, so I'll take it. Now, the enemy I don't want to see, or the wildlife I don't want to see, are rams, or bears, or wolves. I don't want to see that one fighting a boss. That's that can be quite problematic. There's a right up here. There's a death bird over here, and around this area are some rams. Like 2 or 3 of them, as a matter of fact. And I have gotten killed, not because of the ram. I think I've only died to an actual ram attack once. I was on critically low health with no FP at the time. Go ahead and also get out our trusty lantern, because we're going to need it. But most of the time, it's like I'll dodge the attack from the ram, and then the death bird will take a side swipe at me, and then I'll die. which is not fun. Or I've had it happen to me when fighting a rune bear. I'll be fighting a rune bear, which are already kind of obnoxious to deal with by themselves. Some random wildlife will get involved, and all of a sudden, I'll dodge the wildlife and get mangled by the rune bear. Turns out friendly fire is, or not friendly fire, but, you know, unpredictable third parties are not really where we want to be. Go ahead and do that. Yeah, 40 is fine. I want to be able to use the lantern a lot. Okay, so, for those that are not... Angie Philosopher says the rune bear just wanted a hug. Yes, the rune bear wanted a hug. I was willing to play with the rune bear. The issue was never a rune bear. The issue was, other creatures making me take a random hug from the rune bear. But yes, you're right. The rune bear wants a hug. It's just I die when I give it to him. That's all. So, for those that are not familiar with the change in this little subsystem, the lantern used to be free. It now costs oil to maintain, which you get from this recipe that is sold at the Liurnia Lakeshore Grace site. There's a book. I believe a few merchants sell that recipe. He's not the only one. He's just the first instance that I run into where you see it. And you get the ability to make oil. It's not expensive or anything. You can make it readily, you know, in a relatively cheap manner. Just, you know, I might need to convert more row of fruit to have alchemic on hand. It's not hard to make, it's just cumbersome to make more than anything. And the rate of decay appears to be about, is it something like once or twice? Let's see if there was a tutorial on this earlier. I think all of the ERR tutorials are here. Okay, I think as soon as I turn the lantern on, it'll tell me. Lanterns and lamp oil. Here we go. Angie Philosopher says you could just use a torch. Don't need to one hand the seal anyway. Sure, I could do that. I like having my hand free for blocking if I need to do that. But you're absolutely right. You could put a torch there. I believe you can even block with a torch. We just don't have one at this juncture. A lantern provides light without taking up a weapon or spell slot. In return, its flame must be fed by a continuous supply of fuel. Lanterns may only be ignited when there's lamp oil in your inventory. One additional lamp oil is consumed for every minute of light. Lamp oil can be crafted from simple ingredients. The cookbook is provided to you when acquiring a lantern. Thank goodness. It's a fine price to pay for having a ready source of light and everything. Just, you know, it's one more thing you've got to manage. It's one more thing you've got to keep up with. More than anything. Nope, I need to be careful with that. Okay, I gotta be careful. That was kind of a bad position to get myself in. Better. Where's the other wolf, though? I know it's here. There you are. You gonna jump up here, buddy? Come on, jump on the thing. You can do it. There you go. Thank you. But if we find a torch, I will consider making that trade-off. Welcome on in, Mr. Tension, over on the Red app. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well in body and mind, and I do hope you enjoy your stay. We are somewhat... We just got to a part where we were doing something new. I started over because there was a critical feature that I was missing in our previous attempt, and that was the Codex of the All-Knowing. Basically the mod-specific bestiary. And completing the bestiary will unlock lots of reward. So it was very much worth starting over here early on in routing, you know, before it was too late. We missed a lot of unique entries or something. But in other news, Mr. Tension, how goes your Legend of Zelda exploits? Did you manage to complete the game or make significant progress in the installment you were playing? Okay, I don't believe we need a light in this part of the room. I think we're good there. We have 17 units of lamp oil. Okay, let's get this all worked out. Wait for him to come in. I do find it curious that sometimes the Fury will miss a spirit. I do find it interesting that sometimes the Spirit Fury will not enrage all of the spirits. Like there's a range to it or something, which is interesting. Tension says that they just started on Twilight Princess yesterday. Nice. About how far along are you? Are you like past like the first temple or dungeon? Just curious, that's all.
Sex.
Thank you for the redemption again, Mr. Shiny. Welcome back. Good to see you again. I trust things have been going smoothly for you since the last time we've talked. Oh yeah, I needed to like type into the split. Hang on. Mr. Shiny says you can give 6 to 9 reasons why your intros are funny. Go for it, good sir. Do tell. Mr. Tension says you just transformed back into normal Link, and you were the wolf earlier. Okay, so you've not hit the first dungeon yet. Very well. You probably got past like the forest segment though. Yeah, I know about what part of the game you're in. Shiny Viralness says, oh man, ow man, 629, get it? 69, dude. Okay. I thought you were actually about to pull out Martin Luther's theses on why, the soundboard was funny. Fair enough. Fair enough. Thank you. Yeah, that was me being an airhead. Oopsie. Tension says, nah, not yet. Okay. Angie Philosopher says, there's an obvious joke counter to be made here, but I'm too old for that brain rot. Fair enough. But we do have,
Let's give him a squeeze.
Thank you for that redemption, Mr. Shiny. We do have comedians here. If you like spinsters or jokesters, I think you'll like the company. Sometimes it's brain rot. Other times, they're actual real gems to be had, and other times, average joke. Tension says the Minish Cap was a nightmare getting all 136 figurines. I believe Mr. Jason and I did both say something about that. That not like an I told you so or anything, just that getting the figurines is rough. Okay, I know where I need to go next. It's like over here. At least it's not the forbidden number. That's what I'll have to say. At least it is not the brain rot forbidden number.
Well, you're back. There are others if the moon, my people, which is why, thanks to that, things are not so different for us now, though the Elden Ring is shattered. I think this makes us kindred spirits of sorts. Your people, the Tarnished, and mine. Perhaps you don't need to hear this, but see that no harm comes to my kin. We have a saying, we wanderers, lament not your solitude. Expect no sympathy, no regard, nothing. But if anyone dares harm us, show them no mercy. That is our code, so to speak. Just the way we are, deeply unforgiving.
Mr. Shiny says something about this mod does ring a bell. Too true. Elden Ring, ring a bell. Elden Ring Reforged. Yeah, it even rings the bell twice. That's what that does. It even rings the bell twice. When our arcane hits 24 and we get the ability to have 2 stone sword keys on us, we will go over to the Fringe Folk Hero's grave and we will get the appropriate finger seal for this part of the run. Because there are respecs, I feel because this game does have opportunities to respec in it, I don't see a reason why I can't follow an early build and then switch up when it's clear that the faith builds become superior. I don't see a reason why I can't do that. Plus, a high arcane run pretty early on is good for farming gear sets or other things that we need. Just gonna back up. Mr. Shiny says, just like you reforged this joke for a different purpose, huh? Too true. I will put on the appropriate applaud track in a second. Promise. There we go. Yeah, hashtag reforge, reuse, and recycle. We love recycled jokes around here. Let's see. Land squirt. I'm trying to remember if there was an owl up here, which I think I see one. Really? How? Okay, game. Sure. Yeah. Okay, that is an owl. That just took me a second to find. You get eggs from them. You get slumbering eggs, which convert into soporific extract, if I remember right. Sedative extract. There we go. Used for making soporific grease and other things. We are already about to run low on marks. Okay, I feel like I might need to move the timetable up for a certain couple of things. Okay. Wow, you run out of marks quick if you can't make them yourself. I guess that's the consequence of doing it early. Is this. No, I have learned my lesson from earlier playthroughs. Those get a surge of flame to the face. In Elden Ring, I don't like mentioning too many mechanics that I would kind of expect people to know coming into a modded experience. But there is a statue over there. Let me see if I can't point it out. Like right here, right above where the pointer is. And if you interface with it, it'll point you to a catacomb. Not every catacomb has one of these, but a lot of them do. A lot of them. Mr. Shiny says, I assume dying to a common enemy such as this one would lead to a massive roast. Hardy har har. Yes, it would. And a lot of lost, wounded pride too. For the record, I have actually died to them before, a couple of times. They just sit and hold the torch out. They just literally sit and hold the torch out and wait for you to run into it. And because a lot of the generator spells that this particular type of run use are close range or point blank even, you don't really have a good way to get in to deal with the torch bearers. And this is just the commoners, never mind other enemies where they like to hold the torch out and just kind of let you run into it. A proper death means returning to the Erd Tree. Have patience until the time comes and the roots call to you. So you'll find these spirits, and they will have things to say. None of them are voice acted. You have to read what they have to say, which is totally fine, by the way. I will read those when that comes. Let me see if I can't do this without breaking the chair. No. Angie Philosopher says, oh no, reading. I know, the thing that nobody likes to do. Hi, I'm Jared, I'm 19, and I never learned how to freaking read. Something like that. Oh yeah, also these imps don't like Surge O Flame either. Like I said, this spell is fantastic at dealing with small enemies. Now, the ones with flamberges or two-handed swords, not quite so much. They can hyper armor through some of the hits, but even with the hit stun on some spells being nerfed, Surge O Flame still manages to be a pretty great spell. Tension says, Mr. Coin, you got the Wii U Mario controller that came out with Smash Brothers. It's super cool. Wii U? Like the steering wheel? No, Wii U Mario controller that came out with Smash Brothers. I'm trying to think if the Wii U was never a console I'd have access to. Like that was the console I skipped, among other things. Yeah, that's not coming to mind. Mr. Shiny says, you'd assume a flame spell would melt through armor. You'd assume so, but no. There are hotter spells, though. Oh, well, actually, it's kind of funny you say that, Mr. Shiny. Flame Surge recently got the effect to apply a fire damage negation debuff. Negation's just the fancy word for, you know, take less damage. It's the stat that makes you take less damage. Surge O Flame actually does have a fire negation debuff tacked onto it now, so it actually does kind of melt through not armor, but like resistance a little bit. It doesn't stack to my knowledge, but with the particular fortune I'm using, you kind of only want to use Flame Surge when you've got a sufficient debuff. Tension says no, the actual controller with the speaker in the middle, then I have no frame of reference for what you're talking about. I will take you at your word, though. Mr. Tension says the Wii U controller looks like a TV remote, kind of. I believe you. Nice. I think if I do this a little more, I'm trying to re-aim this so I don't have to deal with him. And I end up getting a different imp's attention anyway. You gonna come down here? Are you gonna sit and throw rocks? I guess you are telling me to kick rocks, huh?
Sure, Jan.
Hold on. You're gonna do the thing, aren't you? Dang it. And I wasn't even turned right. All right. Yeah, I'm gonna have to deal with him later. This is not a good time to try to deal with him right now. Mr. Shiny says there's another game you're thinking of buying, and it's Rain World. Oh, do tell. Mr. Tension says, oh, don't blame me, Mr. Coin. There were very few games that came out on the Wii U. The most notable one, I believe, is Xenoblade Chronicles X, which I hear has gotten a remaster recently, which is nice. Mr. Shiny says, it's a mix of a Metroidvania and survival game where you play as a character that is at the bottom of the food chain. Oh, that makes me think of Spore, but, you know, done better, done right. Get down from there. Yeah, the imps love to jump down from these like really annoying locations and hit you really hard over the head. They're not fun in these spots. I will equip some bone darts here. Kind of go from there. Once I get into this section, I'm gonna have to concentrate a second. Well, I'm glad you got the official controller. Tension to say the least. I'm glad you have it. I assume, you know, it's kind of like just a minor novelty, and then you can kind of forget about it, right? All right, gonna focus now. Tension says Twilight Princess looks like a Wii U game. It does. I believe the HD remake is. is a Wii U game. You're right about that. Mr. Shiny says you love the idea of playing as a weak and meaningless creature, and the only way to get stronger is by becoming more skilled at the game. Yeah, that sounds exactly like the impetus behind the Spore games. Just kind of cool. Man, I wish Spore took off, but it never did. Oh, what fun fact, you could slide. That was something that was added in recent Elden Ring Reforged history. You could slide. You weren't able to do that before. You can't do this in base Elden Ring. The slide gives you ducking frames, and you transition into a crouch at the end, which I think is really cool. Mr. Tension says, yeah, like the graphics are polished, just like a Wii game, Mr. Coin. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, I know what you mean. Same, like, visual fidelity and stuff. Mr. Shiny says, and you really want to become skilled, everything basically is bigger and stronger and wants to eat you. Yeah, that's... Rain World definitely feels Spore-inspired. I'll have to give it a watch sometime. Anything that does Spore's job better, and it doesn't take much for it to do better, is welcome. Okay. So the stressful bit is taken out now. Just gotta lure these freaks over one at a time. The camera is also not your friend here in this room. Tension says, yeah, you nailed it. They need to bring them graphics back. I mean, I do hear tell... I'm trying to think of what it is. I saw a retro gaming program the other day that was showcased on YouTube where it kind of gives the N64 a good run for its money. I'll have to see if I can't find it in my YouTube search history, but if I do find it, I'll link it to you guys in my Discord server so you guys can see it. I might also practice with links on Stoat chat as well. Mr. Shiny says, except in sport, at some point you evolve into a strong creature. In Rain World, you remain weak all the time. Okay, so you know the premise of Spore then. Good. Yeah, so it's a twist on the premise. Tension says Nintendo holds out on us. Well, Nintendo is not as profitable as, say, Sony. So they're not holding, they just have less to give. Although, with the Super Mario movie, movies or Galaxy movies, I do kind of think that is starting to be less and less the case. Where Nintendo has less to give than some competitors, I do actually think that they're as big of a name brand as Sony now. At the very least, Sony or Microsoft back before they killed the Xbox. Okay, rune pieces up here. Have to roll into this thing. All right. Just jump up here and grab it. It's pretty easy. Mr. Shiny says eventually you will jump into Metroidvania stylized to be more retro like the Blasphemous series. Oh, you should definitely play Blasphemous when you get the chance. Oh my god, it's an amazing game. And, there are even some historical references that if you ever go through and look into regarding Blasphemous, you will find yourself, surprisingly entertained by them, and come out with some grim lessons at the end of it. I have Blasphemous 1 and 2, and I have beaten Blasphemous 1 on stream before. I have played that game. This was well before I was streaming to YouTube at the same time. This was back when I uploaded to the bots channel pretty regularly, which is my archive for old Twitch things. And Blasphemous 2 is loads of fun as well. Great set of games. Love both of them. Then again, I'm kind of a sucker for somewhat difficult, challenging games, and this game is very much that, and Blasphemous is very much like a 2D version of that. If you've ever played Salt and Sanctuary, or have at least played enough to know it, Blasphemous can kind of have that kind of difficulty curve, just with different mechanics. That's as much as I'm saying without, going into actual spoilers. I think I've put together a description that says a little something about the game without spoiling it. Just,
You hear that off in the distance, my senators and inductees? That is an ad storm. In about 5 minutes, it'll blow over us, and then we can get right back to the gaming. Thanks.
I really appreciate everyone's time that they've spent here. It means the world to me. It would also mean the world if you could electrify my algorithm by following my Twitch channel, subscribing to my YouTube channel, liking the video and or streams on YouTube, and even leaving a comment. Doing all of those things ensures that when I zap your feeds with a live or a long-form content notification, you don't have to worry about missing any quality content. Thank you guys for listening to that. It's part of content creation I don't care for, but it's got to get done. We do take commercial breaks around here. In about 3.5 minutes from now, there will be, another commercial break. I want to say it is going to be the last one of the stream as well. When that time comes, across from where my head is in the upper left-hand corner will be a timer that reads 3 minutes and 0 seconds. And during that time, I will be getting up and grabbing a stretch and getting a break. I encourage you guys to do the same thing, because that's when the ads are playing. I do that to combat pre-roll from Twitch. If I didn't need to do that, I wouldn't. Promise. So I encourage people to get up and find something else to do rather than give them your watch time as far as the ads are concerned. That said, and do feel free to spend that time however you like, but once the time is over and the timer reads 0 minutes and 0 seconds, I will return to my desk and we can pick right back up where we left off. Mr. Shiny says, Tough Metroidvanias are a good mix of difficult and accessible due to your limited spatial awareness. Understandable. Yeah, Blasphemous might test that out for you a lot. It did that for me, and I don't have the same spatial awareness problems that you do. So just putting that out there. Maybe watch someone play it first. Before you pick it up for yourself. Mr. Shiny says, you found out how bad it is by trying Monster Hunter Rise out. The biggest challenge to you is to focus on the enemy and your surroundings at the same time. Focus on the enemy. Asterisk. Gosh, learn to type. It's fine. We all make errors. Unforced errors even. We do that.
Shall I turn your runes to strength?
Anki Philosopher says, getting late for you, so you're going to take this as the clue to be done for tonight. Have a great rest of the stream. It was very fun again. Thank you so much for stopping by, Anki Philosopher. It was good to see you too.
The principles
Glad to have you.
would follow.
I do hope I get to see you again, my lovely senator. You've been wonderful. Do rest well. But if I don't see you again, for whatever reason, do stay safe and take care of yourself out there. This world is dangerous, and kind of a dark place right now. So stay safe out there. We're gonna go park in front of the gate, the boss gate, and we're gonna wait. And while we're parked there, I will I'll type in the name of that boss on the split for the counter manager. Yeah, Elden Ring is a lot of that as well. You know, focusing on the enemy and the surroundings at the same time. It's a skill set that you can learn to cultivate to a certain point, but if you do have issues that get in the way of that, you are going to find yourself limited. That we can pick up on this after the commercial break. See you then. Sorry about that, everybody. I'm back. Let's get back into the swing of things, shall we? Don't see any changes in chat. So I guess we will, Mr. Shiny says, okay, Mr. Coin, you'll go bless your friend with your presence now until next time. Very well, Mr. Shiny. Thank you so much for stopping by, good sir. It was good to see you again, as always. Do rest well out there, my lovely senator, and I hope to see you again. If I don't see you again for whatever reason, do stay safe and take care of yourself out there. And with that, let's go do this thing. We're gonna put up the focus overlay and we're gonna get to work. Well. That more or less went how I wanted it to go. I have died to that very specifically before. It's not fun when that happens. Let's see. I know I put that there, so yeah. Here and my notes. See, it is time for the gatefront ruins. A lot of this is, oh, I should be typing in here too. I almost forgot about that. Whoopsie. What's the point of the routing sheet if I don't type in it? Okay, so far we have Armored Beastmen of Fair Missoula, which that's probably not much there. If you guys want to see the sheets for what I'm writing on, I believe it is ER path. I'll demonstrate that now, or asterisk ER path if you're on YouTube, or #/pound ER path on Kick. Let me pull that out now. Okay, so yeah, route sheet is pretty much thank you. Thank you, Mr. Tension. Let's go ahead and do this while we're here. Wonder if it's not working because I'm not using like a different service for it. And the bot doesn't know what to do with that. Or it doesn't know what to do with that particular symbol. I may need to make them the same for Twitch and Kick. I may need to do that and just accept that. I'll figure out what kind of symbol will work best for that. But yeah, I'm gonna write a couple of things down real quick, and then we can continue where we were. Alrighty. Let's pick right back up where we were, shall we? I just had to write some stuff down. It really is just a matter of taking some notes for what kinds of spells to use, what kinds of tactics to use, and so on. That stuff is available on the Google Sheet if you guys want to go look at it. I write that stuff down mainly as a... I write it down so that... you know, A, notes for myself, but also B, if you guys have input, let's say you guys have played the game before or something along those lines, you know, like, hey, I have some tips I'd like to share with you in a relatively non-forceful manner, but, you know, here you go. Yeah, I'm more than happy to take those and incorporate them. I'll even credit you. I had a guy, let me not do that. I had a guy come in and, you know, give me a couple of tips for shouldn't this be ordered, you know, backward instead of forward? Should it be ordered, shouldn't that have been ordered a different way? Or, yeah, your information on catalysts. Your information on, you know, what the best in-game catalyst for your build is also wrong. You should really check this resource out. And this, you guys do have commenting privileges on the Google document, so if you guys come across something in your online perusing that you think would be helpful, you're free to highlight a piece of text and leave a comment. I do look at those on the Google Docs. It's great. Mr. Tension says, gotta have notes. It really does help. It does. It does. Tension says, you do that too if there's a lot going on in the video game. Yeah, I don't need notes for Elden Ring because it's a game I've played before. Even with Reforged, I don't really need notes. I don't think so. I don't think so. Although, no, they didn't hear it. Good. And I'm kind of used to games of this ilk, but trying to do a challenge run on top of that or routing for one is a lot. It's just a lot. That I do need notes for, because instead of just getting any spell, I'm kind of restricted on what I can and can't do. Like, truly, like, normally I would have picked a sorcerer class or something that deals magic damage, because a lot of enemies are not super resistant to that early on, or holy damage even. I would have done something along those lines. But when you pick a challenge run like that, when you pick a challenge run with, you know, X only restrictions, you can't do those things. And that does mean that you kind of have to consider. For me, that's when I have to bring out the notes. More than anything. Thank you, Mr. Tension. Thank you. What I'm doing here is I am clearing the field of problematic soldiers that will make my fight with this with Godric's like heavily armored clad knight very difficult. They wear great shields and use great swords or spears or something. Yeah, I'll see if I can't point him out to the crowd in general. Because they're quite difficult when you're trying to consider fighting crowds of enemies. Yeah, see, and because this is like a set of ruins, you can in fact get overwhelmed by the enemy quite quickly if you let them. I believe I've cleared out everything that is not this knight, though. Alright, so this guy with the great shield, yeah, this is him right here. Godric Knight. His moveset's a lot more complicated as well. And he hits pretty hard. Not extremely hard, but kinda hard. And even like the shield strike hits kinda hard. But if you're semi-used to the moveset or you're fighting them one at a time, they're fine. It's okay. They're not too difficult. If you're a melee attacker, great sword, dagger, whatever, really, you know, consider like trying to fish for a backstab. If I do ever start running melee builds in this, I will demonstrate that for sure. Or I guess I could demonstrate it with my fists. I guess I could do that. What I want is... Here, sealed ruins. Ruins are usually sealed by a powerful spell, hiding their treasures from sight. The blue sigils that control the seal may be broken by channeling FP into them, but this process leaves one vulnerable to attack. Dispelling all the sigils will break the seal and reveal the path to the ruined cellar. Early ruins tend to have 1 to like 2 of these. Later ruins have like 3 or 4 of these, and a couple have 5. you do have to sit there and channel your FP into it, so you're kind of vulnerable. You can usually sneak and like do the channeling, but your channeling will make noise, and your noise will attract enemies. So that's why you want to clear these kinds of ruins out. Not quite done yet with these ruins. Once we're done, I will add that to the... I will add the gate front ruins to the split tracker underneath me. And once the split tracker does get a little bit more filled out, I will go and resize it for everyone. But it is definitely not... It's kind of finicky. Oh, okay. I believe we're done here. Yeah, we're done here. I will add that to the split now. Alright, so 8 side ruins I think are like over here, if I remember right. I might need to refer to a different file actually. One second. Let's turn the title here. I'm gonna just go check that reference location. We're in the routing, so I can do this. This would kind of be illegal, otherwise. Okay, so our friend the Gateside Ruins is an encampment, which is what I thought, but I would rather check. I would rather check and make sure. Okay, so some rams are out here. So if I can't... Oh, that's not good. There's a giant that just kind of saw what was happening. There you are. Then we're gonna kind of like move around, try to find the spot where we can get on top of this thing. Because I think there's a rune piece up here, if my memory serves me right. Which it may not. I think I might have to get up there, and that means not until way later. Okay. That's fine. A lot of rune pieces are actually just kind of lying around out here. Roaming over all of America's creation to find them is not really something I like doing. And you can get rune pieces just by defeating the bosses. Like, you can do that. That's totally fine. But finding them out in the wild now saves us a lot of time in the beginning. Wow. I actually was not expecting to kill this guy in that few hits. I wonder if the animation glitch happened again. Animation glitch is some enemies don't have a death animation for burning, so, or when they're killed by fire. So rather than lock the game up, FromSoft was like, yeah, we're just gonna auto kill the enemy. Flying Pegasus glitch also kind of works like that. Where normally, if you fall for too long, the game is like, yeah, we don't want you stuck there, so we're gonna kill you. Yeah, we're gonna kill you, rather than let you fall like that. Sometimes, though, that doesn't always work. And you get stuck. That is Flying Pegasus glitch. That has been a run killer in a lot of different circumstances. Because you're not allowed to be under the effects of glitches when you were running hitless or deathless. Speedrunning, different story. If it would make the run faster and it's not forbidden, yes. If it is forbidden, however, you're not allowed to perform the glitch. I believe the voice was over there.
Yeah, you there? Stop pretending you can't see me. What'd you go and do that for? Oh, yes, I remember. Some clod turned me into a tree. You were just breaking the spell, weren't you? Thank you. The name's Bok. I was pushed out of the cave, told not to come back, not ever. Then I ended up as a tree. Lucky you came along, really. Oh, what a shame. When they threw me out of the cave, they took everything I owned. And so this is all I have to express my thanks. I hope you can forgive me. Or if you can afford to wait for a while, I could sneak back into the cave and bring back something of actual value. Then I'd be of some real use to you, I reckon. Right, but I'll need a moment. I'm frightened of them, so I have to gather myself. My knees start knocking, just thinking about that god-awful cave on the shore. Right, I'm frightened of them.
I'll bet. I want FP, which is why I'm doing this, but I suppose I don't really need it at the same time. Oh, yeah, no, I do kind of need it if I want to, if I would like to, not burn through unnecessary flasks, before entering the encampment. Okay, that might be enough to get Merc off of his horse. That might be enough for that. Maybe. I also want to figure out where there was a mercenary that was around here, and I'm just begging to get, you know, cleaved in half by a rogue dismounter if I don't find him. Huh. Okay. Don't know what to say there. Except, why the hell is it always raining in this game? I hate that a lot. Oh, yeah, encampments. These enemies have red eyes, which indicate they are stronger, and hit harder and have more health. They're tougher enemies. Once you kill all the enemies with red eyes, the treasure inside of an encampment will open up and you're allowed to grab it. Only then, and not at any point before. And you also are forcibly dismounted and are not allowed to summon your steed either. Encampments are now actually a real thing instead of only sometimes a mechanic, like in vanilla, and even then you could still ride through, get the chest, and get out. Here, you actually have to engage with them, for better or worse. Some people like the encampment mechanics, other people don't care about them, and some people hate them. I hate this timeline that we're in. And then we have one last mercenary, because I refuse to get mobbed by a merc while opening a chest. Beautiful. Love it. I believe this is the Kaiden set. Yeah, the Kaiden Mercenary set. Which will, the set bonus increases your maximum stamina. Which is cool. It's a nice early game set. Okay, so before we go to our next area, I am going to take a minute and kind of like prod around looking for rune pieces. Not that we need them at this juncture, but we can't even use them until we go through the first legacy dungeon, or we kill a shard bearer. Like, that is our ticket in. So we're stuck waiting, but that doesn't mean we shouldn't be collecting rune pieces in the meantime. And I also want to come and grab this rest site while we're right here. I hope everyone's enjoying the gameplay. This is different. than Tears of the Kingdom or Breath of the Wild. It is hella different. My mindset is definitely more of the, you know, I'm focused on what I'm doing. I know what I'm here to do. And, you know, I'm here to kick butt and chew bubblegum, and I'm all out of chewing bubblegum, I think is how the quote goes. Yeah, I'm here to complete runs and collect resources, and at the end I will be all out of resources. So far so good. And you really got to check the front and back ends of these places. There could be a rune piece out of view because you didn't approach the rune piece in the right way. Or, you know, you didn't go far enough afield like there to find it. We can also get another sign of the all-knowing while we're here. Come on. Come down here, big boy. All right, fam, you want to go down there? Cool. You die. I think I've gotten the rune pieces I'm gonna get out of that. Maybe if I meander over this way, I can get some more. Yeah, there's one like right here we can get. Oh, nice. Oh, and we can also get this item, or this painting. Yeah, so just in addition to other stuff, there's shacks that, or places that contain paintings. You can go to the location in the painting and you'll get an item. We just so happen to be able to get that item. You know, we could do that right away. We take a little trip back over to this area over here. There's like a little clearing, and there will be ghosts sitting there. There will be a specter there, and at his location will be, you know, a reward. Sometimes it's an armor piece. Sometimes it's other stuff. Okay. I see the glow or the glint of a rune piece right there. Might as well get it. Okay. So now we're gonna come back over this way and we're gonna level up. Let's see if I want to see if we're ready at this step to go get the item. I think we're going to be one short.
Shall I let my hand share them with me?
Yeah, going to be one short. Okay. Oh, but are we only 500 off? Yeah, we can easily get that. Okay. That's step 1, but are we going to have enough stone sword keys? I don't think we're going to have enough of the... in fact, we have none of them.
Wait, well, you're...
Storm Stomp we don't really need. We don't need a lot of these things. Maybe I'll keep the Cipher Pot up for a little while.
Let my hand share them with me. Your thoughts.
Okay. We need 2,100 runes from our current position to get the 2 stone sword keys. If I'm remembering correctly, I think that's where we are in all this. I've pretty much sold off everything, everything in terms of, like, purchase. Go ahead and break some stuff down. Oh, a lot of our time is going to be spent doing this, by the way. Just, constantly breaking some stuff, down for us to use. Okay, cool. We can make 8 of these. I need to make a lot of these signs of the all-knowing, and it will get easier to have the materials on hand, but right now we're really kind of like bottlenecked at Fulgur Bloom and crystalline, not crystalline, but like magic infused substance. Let's see if I'm sure I'm not getting it right. Shimmering substance. That's what it is. Shimmering substance. Oh, I guess you guys haven't heard this dialogue. Let's come in here.
What do you need? I have little time to spare. Oh, are you aggrieved at the notion you are but a visitant here? Then you would do well to remember the first words of grace given to you. Stand before the Elden Ring and become the Elden Lord. If those words held any meaning to you, follow the guidance of grace. Lay low the shard bearers and claim for yourself a great rune. Do so, and the doors to the round tables in the chamber will open, and you will receive the wisdom of the 2 fingers.
Oh yeah, look, these are ears. His helmet is ears. And his helmet and his clothes have, like, drawings of eyes on them. Sir Gideon the All-Knowing really is just a euphemism for he can see and hear everything. And thus he knows everything, even if he couldn't possibly know everything. Never mind. 8K required for that. Yuck. It must be the memory stone I'm thinking of. Okay. Yeah, 8K. Let's see if we can't grind that up real quick. See, wasn't there a rune piece out this way? I think I may have grabbed it already. I have not. Good thing I did that. I don't think so. Absolutely not. We were gonna fall down there and die again. There we go. There's, here are these small birds. The Guillemot is better at dropping feet. The, like the fowl foot. And the eagles are better at dropping flight pinion. But both birds drop both, so all you have to do is really just kind of, keep your nose to the grindstone, something like this. Bye. And beaches are great places to find birds, by the way. Which, if you're playing an archery run, or you're running bows and crossbows, you do want flight pinion. You do need them. Or you need to do a lot of hunting until you're able to buy off what you need way later. Okay, now these ones are invisible. Let's see if I can't stand right about here. Nice. You can't mark the invisible ones. You can only mark the visible ones. That means you're always on the lookout for an Ash of War scarab. You're going to be farming a lot of marks in order to... you're going to be farming a lot of marks in order to... or a lot of materials for Signs of the All-Knowing in order to, you know, properly see everything in the game. Never mind challenge running purposes. Thought there was a rune piece there, but there is not. I will not make the same mistake that I did in my scouting file and not, you know, not mark or scan these. God, it feels so weird to say scan when it comes to, you know, fantasy titles like this. That's like hearing Libra in Final Fantasy. Like, what the heck? You don't scan an enemy. You know the enemy. Which Libra always felt off to me for that reason. But what are you gonna do? Video games be video gaming, and it's best if you don't think too hard about some of the terms in them sometimes. And because we're trying to grind runes, we do need to kill everything on the way to where we're going next. I hope you guys are starting to get a good sense of the gameplay pattern. You know, both for the game and for the challenge run. It's like, you know, we come in, we kill things, we mark things, and we take care of bosses. And, you know, hopefully try not to chuff it up too hard in the process. That's sort of the point. Some of it looks easy and kind of like I'm just playing Elden Ring, and
What do you need? I don't want any trouble.
at other points, I do need the neutralizing boluses. Fine, I'll grab some. Stamp, yeah, we don't need that. There's 300 runes we didn't have before. I do not believe there are rune pieces up here. You can climb these structures, you need to use your horse in order to get up them. Is it worth it? Not really. Not really, and you're likely to die if you try to, like, if you're not careful with how you jump off these things, but that's part of the Elden Ring experience. Nice. I'm not getting just smacked around all willy-nilly. Gonna run past here, Sunny boy. Alright, let me step through here. Thank goodness, these used to be counted as separate types. It's nice that that is not the case. Okay. I suppose next up we're gonna have to go actually into the area and then reset. Normally I stream Monday through Friday, 1 p.m. to 5 p.m. We did get a late start today, so I am gonna be streaming a little bit longer than expected. So, AMA. Oh, buddy.
It hurts. Oh. What are you doing here? You must leave this place at once. They'll rush in and beat you to a pulp. You'll end up just like me.
I think I'll survive. I think we'll survive. Really important that we don't spend any runes right this second. Like I said, we need 8,000 runes, and then we got to take a detour somewhere else. Oh, and you can absolutely, you know, one of the things I like about a high arcane build is just the ability to find random things that accentuate or help you run out, or the ability to find stuff quickly. It really kind of sucks to be sitting there farming, knowing that you have only but like a small odds of finding something, and you're never going to improve those odds without buffing arcane. One more. Although we probably actually have it if we sell the weapons that we just got. And maybe the Cypher Pata in addition. Maybe. But let's just collect one more, just to be safe. Just to be sure and certain. Maybe the troll will be enough to get us a little bit extra. Because the next thing I want to start saving up for is the stone of the memory stone. We want those. Any spellcasting run wants these. Okay, let's go get our 2 stone sword keys and let's do this thing. I'd like to get our early game weapon of choice out of the way. One reason why I'm pushing so hard for arcane early on is because the Dragon Communion Seal actually has a heavy attack on it. All the catalysts in Reforged have a heavy attack now. That you can use if you're truly spent out of FP and you need a little bit to get you started, because every attack generates a little bit of FP if it connects. And the Catalyst heavy attacks do that. Some are really good, some are meh, and some really suck. I would describe the particular heavy attack I'm seeking out to be meh, normally, but it is fire element. It does deal fire damage.
I took you no matter. It's lay out your arms.
I don't want to strengthen that. I do want to sell these things, though. 100 here, 500 there. Yeah, I don't really care enough about the Cipher Pota's effect to keep it. Honestly. Just thinking about it. Alrighty, got the 2 keys. Heck, we can even almost buy the memory stone, like, straight up. But I don't care about that enough, and that's not really worth prioritizing, so let's go back and get our weapon. And this one is going to take some work. Some difficult enemies have been put in front of it. Oh, I guess there's also, like, we might want the spell. Hold on. I'm forgetting one thing. Let's see if that's available here. Because we're about to step into a light touch of poison. And I would like to have that spell on hand for such a purpose. Thank you, Mr. Tension. Thank you very much. It's one of the first things we go out and get at the Thief Taker encampment. When we clear the encampment, there's a chest that unlocks, and we get the Fire Monk set, which increases the incantations of the Fire Giants by 8% total. To roughly about 7.8, I think, like 1.8 or around 1.8 percent potency per piece. I don't remember the exact number off the top of my head, but it's something like that.
Well then.
Please tell me this is cheap. It is. Cool. Great. Fantastic. I want this for just the short stint we're gonna be in there. This is gonna unlock a lot of stuff for us. It's gonna make the game easier. We just have to deal with some pain first. See, this green goopy stuff, this is poison. I mean, you can absolutely, you do not want to be carrying this poison with you in this place. It's very dangerous. This enemy in front of us is a chariot. These things are one-hit KOs. If they run you over, you die. If you touch them, you die. So don't touch them. Just don't do it. What you want to do is something like this. You just want to drop down, and you want to soldier. I think these are Yeah, okay. They're both the same type. They just wield different weapons. Okay, we're gonna wait for the chariot to go back up the hill. It's very important I know where this thing is. Oh, has it still not moved? Okay. Sure, game. I think I'm gonna get a surprise chariot, but thankfully there is a little alcove I can hide in. And they do come after you. I do kind of want to wait until... I'm trying to think of when would be the best time to trigger this thing. I guess it's up here. Just gotta wait for him to, like... Nice! I love getting struck multiple times. Now... Okay, stop here, stop here. And I promise there's not safety up there. Yeah, this little alcove with the Ghost Banished Knight in it is why I say that. Okay. I kind of think this is one that is worth putting on the list. Okay, let's focus up. Oh yeah, these guys are the worst, by the way. Because they teleport around, and they make your projectile spells kind of useless. Oh, okay. That teleportation isn't right. And the game knows it. Worth it. See, we have a spell scaling of 136. Now we have a spell scaling of 149. And while the Dragon Communion incants are not, they are not particularly that's like not a meaningful bonus or anything. It can be nice to have when you're in the overworld. The main thing is just extra spell scaling more than anything. Okay, yeah, and we don't have the upgrade. We don't have the ability to upgrade that yet. So our ability to deal damage, at least for now, is kind of going to be locked in at our level of Arcane, because now we need to go through and buff the other stats that we chose to sacrifice in order to be able to use this like item early or earlier than intended. Let's go ahead and break stuff down. Go ahead and keep our lantern like full. We want it in here. The caves get really dark in this game. See, instead of taking 3 hits, we now take, or to kill something, we only need to take 2. Huge improvement, drastic improvement when it comes to the game. Huge improvement for our performance. And this is without like any kind of stealth bonus or anything. Some spells that we did need to you know, spend 2 casts on, we only need to spend 1 cast on. Okay. There is a rune piece up there. This one's one of the more insidious ones. Very devious ones to get. I can sometimes get it my first try, and other times it takes me like 20. Today is gonna be a time where it takes me 20 to get it. Guaranteed. It's like kind of weird. You kind of have to do like a catty corner roll where you like change the angle of your roll as you're falling down. It's really quite difficult. Sometimes I can do, yeah, like I said, sometimes it just takes me a while to do it. Okay, I do want Istvan in here. while we're waiting on him. Okay, sorry about that. I had to write a lot of notes. Let's whip up the focus overlay and let's do this, and then we will probably wrap up for stream today. I think that's about the time we have, about how much time we have. See you on the other side of this. Well, that happened. And I lost a sign of the all-knowing. And I took a death here. Actually, though, I'm not surprised I took a death here. And the reason I am not surprised I took a death here what, this is F3 or F2? No, F1. Shift F1. There we go. Shift F1. That's really hard to reach on my keyboard, by the way. Not much to do, but keep, you know, try again. But yeah, I do expect a lot of trouble with the demi-human chiefs. I caught them at a particularly bad cycle. We got both the chieftains right away. And when that happens, the result is almost never good. Also, I feel as though Istvan has been made particularly more vulnerable. He used to be quite tanky, but now if he takes too many different kinds of attacks, it's game over. It's weird, but I do definitely feel more powerful to compensate for the changes. It's weird. Don't think about it too hard, is what I have to say to that. Let's do this again. Uh-oh. Yeah, I normally have, like, NPC assistance that works. We got mobbed again by, yeah, just kill me. Just kill me. It's fine. Kill me. I don't normally have problems. Or, oh, okay. Sometimes I have problems and sometimes I don't have problems. It really does just kind of depend on, did I, you know, did I get a good cycle? Which really stinks. This is what I was trying to, like, look at. Because it does feel random. You kind of have to kill these guys over and over. With, like, basically almost no opportunity to counterplay around this, other than just, you know, my answer is to just somehow not pull the other demi-human chief, and that is really hard to do when you've got guys that are doing that. Yeah, I do kind of need the wolves here. So let them come to us. Oh, really? Come on. You kind of have to, like, be somewhat aggressive. How did he get health there? Okay, Istvan is gone, and so is the other stuff. Okay. Yucky. Kind of a gross performance, where we quite literally lost 2 deaths to something that didn't need to happen. These things happen, honestly. Not much to do other than, you know, move forward. Once we get there is an entrance out of here. You can go past where these bosses were, and there's something quite beautiful at the end. And I'm gonna love showing it. Here it is right here. And we are at an island with a cathedral on it. Or and a ruined building on it. I should say at the very least. But you can see it from across the sea. It's a cathedral. And there are a couple of secrets, or a couple of small secrets, I should say, that are here if you know where to look for them. Mostly rune pieces, but I mean, what else would a remote island have, right? Might as well get everything out and around here first. I think down here's the other rune piece. Yeah, I thought as much. Okay, the only thing left to do is to head into the ruined building properly. Far to the east, you'll find a Cathedral of Dragon Communion, a place where draconic power gathers. Yeah, I probably need to be working on wrapping things up, because, holy cow, did I not read that sentence correctly whatsoever. The Church of Dragon Communion. I said cathedral, I meant church. The Ritual of Dragon Communion. And it costs 1 dragon heart. Yeah, we hunt dragons in this game. We can hunt them. I think it's great. There's quite a lovely transformation that comes with it too. You know, not unlike Skyrim. There is a Skyrim inspiration in there.
Shall I let my hand rest? Share them with me.
Which I think is cool. Thank you, Mr. Tension. Well, everybody. Oh, man. Oh. Doing this for 4 is rough. I don't know how I'm gonna manage 6 yet. Thank you guys so much for watching today. And hanging out with me. I really appreciate it. Again, I do apologize for yesterday. I will be making a vlog on that in the not too distant future. I need some time to clear this headache I'm having. I have had one as of late. That means it's time for me to chug some more water, for sure. But when the headache is clear, I will sit down and make a vlog. I owe you guys that. If you guys like this content and hadn't considered doing so already, please consider following on Twitch or Kick, or subscribing on YouTube. Those are free, easy ways to help me out. Please consider liking the video as well on YouTube, and, you know, leaving a comment. All that stuff that people do for free is really, really appreciated. Those are the things you can do for free, and they help me out a lot more than you think. As far as where my hallowed halls be, where are they? For you guys on Twitch, it'll be underneath the video player. I have a link tree there. For you guys on YouTube, it'll be at the bottom of the description. And as for you guys on Kick, let's see if I have the command still up and active. No, but I can do this. And I guess my Linktree link has been making the rounds on Kick, so do feel free to check those out. Come find my Discord. It's the Discord icon in the top middle of the page. We share pictures there. You know, I release thumbnails to you guys when I make them, etc., etc. We'd love to have you. Of course, in light of what I know about Discord and its data processing, I am in the works of making a Stoat Chat server. It'll be very, 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 very bare bones, but I do intend on making one. I've already somewhat started that process. When that is finished, if you guys would prefer to be over in a place that is not going to harvest your facial recognition data, that's totally fine. I'll make sure that it's prepared and everything. It's just Stoat's infrastructure is not there. You guys know where my hallowed halls are, and you guys know the algorithmic things to do. So with that, my name is Coinstamp. And this has been some routing for Elden Ring Reforged. Hopefully one day we'll start doing a real run, but we have a lot of game to go through before that happens. A lot of game to go through before that happens. Do stay safe and take care of yourselves out there. You're welcome amidst any of my hallowed halls anytime. I'll see you guys next time. And with that, goodbye.